we're not gonna do that right now. Here we go. This is the perfect stream post. Boop. Bop. And beep. Where is my cell phone? There it is. Feels good to be on stream. It's time to fishing. Our goal here is, I've already played this game to completion. I'm just achievement hunting at this point. Oh, please not with the stick drift right now. Oh, that is some clear stick drift. Bad luck to have stick drift at the very beginning of the day. Anyway, I bought everything in the store already. I could sell my fish, but I don't wanna. Hold up, this is actually bad stick drift. We shall see if I can repair it with the classic in and out. Nice. We are saved from the horrors of stick drift for now. So, I have completed this game already. We're not here for the sake of traditional completion. We are here for the sake of absolute ecological devastation. So there are two goals. One, we must find every potential variety of fish that is available within our fish encyclopedia. Fishpedia, if you will. I've got a few of them, but there's a couple missing out of here. I've got every lure available, so we've got everything that we need to get this done. We just need drive, patience, and autism. Some combination of the three. Just a little guy. We shall start with fishing every single bastard who exists in this tree stump pond. A very simple endeavor, but one that requires a force of will, a determination to devour and consume, and also just a general disregard for the food chain. Boink! Goldfish. I also have a few achievements to do involving cooking food, but I actually have no idea how the cooking mechanics of this game work, and I cannot stop making dog shit, dubious dishes. Have yet to make a single dish of fish worth a damn. Give me that guppy. Hey, yoink. I don't know how many people have actually gone fishing, but one of my favorite things to do when I fish in shallow water like this is just straight up the no reeling method of fishing is fun, where you just got the string right there, you're just waiting, and as soon as a fish is snagged on it tight, you just pluck them right out like a goddamn weed. It only works with really small fish, obviously, but it's very fun to just feel the pop when they pop out of the water. Yoink. You can send fish on a little airborne adventure if you, like, pull them with a lot of force out of the water, but then let go right before they pop out. Because if you reel in at all while they are above the surface of the water, it instantly decides that that is a catch. If you do this, oh, I accidentally lost the fish because I didn't catch it. Whee! But you see what I mean? That's fun. You can just send a fish flying through the air. Whoop. Alright, that's everything around the stump. And now we shall fish in the stump. Oh, fuck. Like that. Bingo. Boop. Nice. And then once more. Bloop. Fish. Alright. That's a clean stump. The hardest part about this achievement's going to be fishing out all the fucking scallops. In fact, we should start doing that here, I'd say. So there's only one scallop here. Honestly, that's good luck. Not far enough. That might be good. That might be scallop. No, that's not scallop. Let's try angling it like this way. Still not quite. Let's try lining up visually with it. Ah. That looks about right. It's buffering a lot? Oh, that's not good. That's very bothersome, in fact. I didn't see it buffering a lot when I was, setting it up. Let's see. It doesn't show a bitrate issue going on just yet. Hopefully it's just your end, Mion. I'm not getting any direct issues being read up on my end. Let me try seeing if I can adjust it slightly. Boop, boop. Beep, boop, 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 boop. Fine on phones? Weird. Alright, let's grab that scallop. Glop. Still not signed. Ah. That's gotta be it. Mm-hmm. Perfect. We're scalloped up. Alright. Now we gotta focus on the usual suspects. So, equipping our peeb. And we're going after this guy first. This little bass right here. Actually, that's not a bass. That's a... I think it's a salmon? Wee. Peeb. Peeb dangles lower than I thought. What plans do I have for the Twitch comeback? Absolutely jack shit. Except for Final Fantasy XIV, I guess. But, you know. That's because I have a good brain. Actually... maybe I'll just try catching them with the beast, because they're really shallow. The beast. Slammin'. My number one priority with streaming Twitch right now is just to find games that are fun. What the fuck was that? Little schmoove. I can't see in this water very well. I'm just gonna fish in the fucking caves until it gets brighter, and then I can actually see what I'm doing. Yeah. Forgot the caves have the best fucking music vibe. This fucking... the vibes in here are so fucking good. Holy shit. Be fishing. Bah. When the fish goes back and forth. Maybe he wants peeb. Peeb. He wants peeb. Got him. Alright, let's check up above. I've never seen a fish spawn in these ponds, but there's a first time for everything. Nothing. Well, on the bright side, daylight is breaking. Now I can start seeing the fish that I want to catch around here. There's a lot. Nice. A mackerel. Oh, one more guppy in there. Yoink. Any more in this little shallow end? Oh. There's a fella right there. Look at it! Look at the beast! Wiggling the stick works even if you can't actually move the bobber. All you gotta do is wiggle the stick. Instant. Pink salmon. Peep! Peep does not go low enough. This guy definitely goes low enough. But it has a pretty bad attraction rating for any lure. It's like a level 1, I think. But 1 is good enough. Got it. Fuck it. I'll just use the fish because it's got better attraction. Whee! The fall speed is not different at all. It's all the same. Come on over. Look at my funny fish hook. He doesn't wanna. Still too far away. Woo! Still too far away. I gotta just really cast it. Really fucking cast it on over. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Cappy, you recognize Peeb? You know Peeb personally? I frankly have not met Peeb. I know he's from a different game, though. But me and Peeb are not closely acquainted. God damn. These halibut fucking fight about it. Another flat dude. Let's get all these gar out of the water. No, this one. Blump. Oh, these aren't gar, right? These are lamprey. I keep thinking they're gar because that's the first thing my brain sees when I look at them. I don't think lamprey are that gross. I'm sorry that the sucker mouth creeps you out, but they're just kind of silly little guys. Also, they don't have their mouths open 24/7 like this. Common misconception of lamprey is that people always show you pictures of them with their mouths open, like the mouths are always open or something. and not like they are just like little noodle lads. Peeb appears sometimes like a Shovel Knight for PSX aesthetic games. That's actually very funny. Legendary Peeb cameo. Peeb will not have a new game for another 25 years, but we will remember Peeb. A really funny experience I've had while playing this game is that I keep misidentifying fish by like looking at them visually and being like, oh hey, is that one of these? And then I pick it up and it's like, nope. Like for example, I thought this salmon was a trout when I first tried to catch it. I think the only ones I've correctly identified are like fucking tuna. Oh, and the mackerel. Because tuna and mackerel only look like tuna and mackerel. But, for example, the halibut, I confused it for a flounder. The... what's it called? The rockfish, I thought it was a red snapper. Maybe rockfish and red snappers are just the same thing under a different name. I should look that up. It's been a long time since I've actually gone fishing for real. And therefore a really long time since I've given a shit about correctly identifying fish. Tuna time. Come on. Yep. Yes. Alright, this section of the water needs to be cleaned up a bit more. Because I don't want to leave like singular straggler fish just hanging out in the water after all this. We're going for achievements. We need to clear out the whole lake. We're talking full fishing. Yoink. Get this mackerel. Give me a smackerel of mackerel, please. Thank you. Can the gar down here, or can the lamprey down here fucking pay attention to me? I keep calling the lamprey gar, again, because my brain sees these little long noodle boys. And I think they're gar. Gar are way longer, though, I think. Or potentially longer. Peeb. Peeb actually doesn't even go low enough. Wow. Let's try this one. I have not tried this lure before. Disappointing. I know the squid goes down way too much. Fuck it. Moonfish time. This moonfish might be actually like the best lure all around in the game. Even if it goes down to 50 depth, it just kind of consistently catches the attention of things that it goes past. It's a very consistent lure. And 50 depth is a respectable range. Another thing I could consider for more streams, honestly, is I've been playing a lot more horror games, thanks to Mion. This being one of them, in fact. She recommended me this one directly, and I liked it a lot because I actually like fishing sims, and despite this game's content warning for Thalassophobia, it doesn't simulate water in the exact way that gets me with Thalassophobia. it's not an open enough body of water, and also there's no innate worry of things very swiftly swimming through the water in a way that I can't deal with. That's where my thalassophobia hits, is like, it's not that I'm like scared of deep water on its own, it's that I'm scared of deep water where other things in it can navigate more freely than me. Like, when I know that the water has the potential of being inhabited by things that are just so much better suited to the water than I am. Things that are much better at navigating this environment than me. That are attuned to eating things that are slow and clumsy. That's the real, like, deep water fear that hits me, is just knowing that there are other things that live here that are way better at living here than I am. But as far as I've played this game, and I think I've played it almost enough to see every possible fish spawn. And none of the individual fish are, like, scary. Like, even if you think about swimming in them, and you can't even go in the water, no matter how hard you try, which is, thank God, this shit would freak me out. This lake is way too deep for regular old swimming, unless you were to hang out on one of the shallower shelves. Peeb compels you. Peeb compels you. They resist the call of Peeb. Let's try it. Squid. A little squeeb. A little squeeb. Would you like a little squeeb? If no Peeb, then squeeb. I'm like actually shocked it's ignoring the fucking squid. What does it take to get a barracuda to fucking pay attention to you? Is it just like really precise depth that it's expecting? This is as precise, I think, as I can get. No? Not even close. That's way too deep. The rubber eel's gonna go down too deep. Literally, I think it's Peeb is my best bet here. But he's resistant to Peeb. Let's just cast really far and just drag all the way back and see if I catch anything. See, that's almost the right look for my fear. Just over the... Oh, I'm gonna recast it just so you can see what I'm talking about. This look right here, this is what gives me thalassophobia. This visual. The light tunnel effect, where like the blue fades in from the rims of your vision, and as you try to look farther in, it just absorbs all of the meaningful light. And the farther away you get from it, the more of a void it becomes. And anything can pop out of that void. It's a void that's comfortable to things outside of yourself. And that's what makes it hit different for me. Can this barracuda fucking get my Peeb? Peeb. They just don't care about my Peeb. I'm gonna try swinging the moonfish right by its head. But it's already not close enough. Ah. No! No! I got your attention now, motherfucker! Come on, look! Look at me! Look at... Fuck! You... I'm going somewhere else. I'm gonna catch another fucking fish. Swear to God. Oh, he's over there. Way. The beast. Look at the beast. Damn. I'm fucking struggling. This might take slightly longer than I initially intended it to, and I intended it to take a little bit of time to get this done. But it seems we are really in that big the cat shit right now. Come on. Come on. It's right in front of you. It's right there. It's right here. Come on. We're right here. We're within camera distance of you, I swear to God. Look at this. Look at... What the fuck? Bro. These fish are just tourists. They're not here for anything. They're just here to sightsee, I swear to God. They don't want to do anything. It's fucked up. Maybe I have... Is it possible that I have too many fish sitting in my inventory right now? I don't think that's possible. But could it be possible? Oh, he's interested in the beast, so I don't think that's what's happening. I think it's peeb time here. Peebing it. Boink. Peeb. Yes. Behold this peeb. This game is very chill and fun, and it has a really good vibe and atmosphere, honestly. My only thing that I was expecting, and I didn't get it, was I was expecting, like, there to be some kind of weird fish that only appears sometimes. And there is a weird fish that only appears sometimes, but it's not that weird. It's not like a creepy weird. It's just kind of like a, what the fuck is this doing in here kind of situation. I wanted there to be like some kind of weird fish that would like be incredibly difficult to pull out of the water and have like, I don't know. Oh, here's a good way of explaining it. There is very much some kind of cave down there. And it is, to unfortunately spoil a little bit of this game's progression, it is where the end of the game happens, as you throw a lure down that big cave. What I was expecting to have happen was something living down there would bite your lure and yank it on down. Like, real hard. But nothing exists in this water that really pulls that hard on your rod. All of these fish have, like, generic, like, expected fish strength. You know what I mean? Like, the tension that they apply to your line is very simple and expected. And the entire time I was playing this game, I was 100% like preparing for like some kind of weird, unexpected thing to grab the line and just run away with it and pull it into like an area of the lake that I could never reach by casting. Like, if there was like a cave on like the side of the wall, that there's like no way I could get my lure in there naturally. But if you drop like the right kind of lure just in front of it, something like an eel pops out and just like yanks it on in. And then you can have the camera follow into that cave system and you'll see some more fucked up shit. That's what I was expecting in this game. Like, and I unfortunately did not get it. What I got instead was these fucking vibes. How the fuck did you just... Yeah, there you go. Get in on this peep, son. Yoink. There are some scallops I should look for. I think there's a few that could spawn here. And scallops are annoying. Oh yeah, definitely, like, with the advent of PSX-inspired horror games, it's very fun. There's just a persistent and constant feeling of unease when you're in a game like this, and I love it. It's the kind of horror that I think has always existed in these games. That's why shit like Ben Drown popped off. It's why people still, like, retweet and share dumb shit like Garden of Banban or whatever. Because video games themselves have this persistent aura that has always existed within them. And it exists more so within games that have this half-baked dreamlike feeling where shapes just dissolve into silhouette very quickly, where the borders of reality are just flat, and you're not sure what you will find if you try to peek your head just even an inch beyond the curtain. Like, for example, if I cast my line at this tree line right here, nothing exists behind the trees. But because there is a gap between this tree line and the background tree line, my curiosity remains. And I still want to believe that if I just pop, I'll see something. Something that I might not be supposed to see. And that's where video game horror comes from, in my opinion. Is just constantly pushing the limit of what am I supposed to see? What is meant for me in this world? And brushing up against the parts that are not meant for you is where the fear comes from. Look at that. Look at that gap in that tree line. Isn't that such a tempting gap in the tree line? Don't you just really want to see? But there's nothing. It's just a seam in the world. But it's tempting. It's so tempting. The human brain loves digging up patterns, and there are so... Video games are worlds constructed entirely of fixed patterns. So our brains love digging through them. Yoink. Is Peeb the best in here? I think the Beast is better. Doink. Yoink. The temptation to just, like, always make the scary thing, like, an obviously scary thing, like, to design something that is intentionally scary is always tempting when you want to make a game like this. This PSX-inspired stuff. It's always so, like, I want to make one that's like a scrangly fish, one with a bunch of teeth and big red eyes that just fucking goes super fast in the water, and it scares you because it's so fast. But it's like, that stuff loses the opportunity to make some really weird shit. Like yeah, there's the fear of like, I don't want to see that. I don't want to be near it. I want to be as far away from it as possible. Like the fear of threat. That is a good source of fear. It's something that is just so threatening that you want to be as far away from it as possible. But another way to get that threatening feeling and to get like an even richer sensation of fear is to make something that's just unsettling, unnerving, and unpredictable. Like you don't know what it's there for, what it reacts to, if there's a fail state attached to it or not. If like, are you going to see this every time now that you found it? Is it constantly present now that it's appeared? Is it a random event? Should you interact with it right now before it goes away, or should you get as far away from it as possible in case it's here to attack you? Just as if you can get somebody to not stop asking questions once they see your little devious creature, then you've made a very devious creature. This game is lacking in devious creatures. Now, would I like this game more if it had devious creatures is a very good question, because frankly, I would probably close the game if I saw a scary fish. Because I'm a little pussy. That's the difficulty I have with all horror games, is that if I get caught by that fear of not knowing what the correct move is, like what the actual right option is for an interaction, I will freeze up and I will stop wanting to interact. It's a very bad habit if you're playing horror games, because it will just objectively make you stop playing the ones that are good. And I've recently been dealing with that friction more than letting it stop me from playing cool games. Because, like, there is the feeling of, like, oh, I don't want to play a horror game that's just gonna, like, make loud noises at me. Like, of course I don't. Who the fuck wants to do that? I mean, some people do. That's their thing. But my point is that just because I don't enjoy horror that has loud, obnoxious scares in it that just, like, come at you going, blah, 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 it doesn't mean that, like, I can get away with stopping any horror game just because it made a noise I'm uncomfortable with, you know? There's gotta be a friction of sensation. There has to be an unpleasantness to what's going on, or else you're not getting that vibrant feeling. Another really good option for a fish is, like, having a type of bigger fish that attacks other fish that you have on the line while you're reeling them in. That would be something. Like, it doesn't even have to be, like, a monstrous type of fish. Just, like, other fish that are just aggressive, like, needlessly so. It would just add some tension to this, I think. It would make the environment feel more hostile, knowing that there are fish that attack other fish when they notice that they are weakened or when they see them struggling. They just have, like, this instinct to just fucking bash them and gnaw at them and shit. Wouldn't that be fucked up and weird? Wouldn't that be unsettling to just see fish fucking mauling each other because they notice that they got caught in a line? Some weird hostility. These fish aren't hostile enough. I don't want them to be hostile towards me, but I just want that feeling of just being like, someone's fucked up in here, you know? When this game says mysteries under Lake Ophelia, I took it way too seriously. I was like, there's gotta be mysteries. There's gotta be so many mysteries. But truthfully, there can only be so many mysteries. And in this case, there's only a few. For example, why is there a giant hole that glows in the dark sometimes, like all the way over there? You see that. You've been seeing that. I'm gonna cast over it so that you can all see that real quick. Look at that lighting, by the way. That shit looks good. My little green fella. Peeb in the green. And you can see where the light's coming from. That little crack. Bum, 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 boom. And now we shall descend, and we shall take a little peek. Lots of fish to catch in this deep center zone. Oh! And a swordfish. The faintest hum can be heard coming from the inside. You gotta admit, that's a good mystery under Lake Ophelia. You gotta be wondering, why the fuck does it be like that? It's a bit fucked up. I gotta agree, this is a mystery. See if I can get the barracuda to attack a peeb. Come get this peeb. Oh god, honestly, if they just added fish with hands, that would be unnerving enough to like freak me out and like get me really, really, really invested. Just like, if you just saw like fish swimming around with their fins, but their fins just had fingers, just big human fingers dangling off them. Like you see them from far away and you're like, is that like a fucking lionfish down in that reef? No. It's a fish with 2 hands for fins. That shit would fuck me up. I hope this game gets a sequel. Like a real sequel. I'd play it so bad. Yeah! What if you just saw a fish that was carrying something, and you had to catch that fish to get what it was carrying? And it was carrying something in its fucking hands. This fish has hands and it's carrying something. Hold up. Do I have ADHD? Did I catch everything in that koi pond before I moved away? Did I catch everything in this koi pond? I did not. I forgot 1 catfish. That would have been so fucking annoying. And a guppy. What's wrong with me? Hold up. Let's clean this up. Can't allow myself to achievement hunt under these conditions. Bloop. The one Adult Swim show where they're all underwater in a sub. I actually have zero fucking idea what you're talking about. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like I've seen a lot of Adult Swim cartoons, but I don't know what that is. A bunch of people in a submarine? Vaguely anime looking, they're all underwater. I wish that rang a bell, because that just sounds like a very weird, chill experience. But I don't know what the fuck that could be. Alright, last little koi pond fish. Come here, guppy. Yoink. So they're actually, the fish do not constantly respawn. You have to wait for it to turn nighttime and go to bed in your little tent that's all the way back there in order to respawn all of the fish. Hi JD, we are fishing. I'm doing one more quick look through this area because now I'm paranoid that I have good ADHD and I keep forgetting to catch all the fish. Right, nothing in the cave. The cave ponds were empty. I have tried several times to cast my fishing line up into where that waterfall is being fed from, but very sadly, very unfortunately, that back line of trees doesn't actually count as a surface that you can hit. And when you target a lip of the surface, like this, you don't get that bounce that you're hoping for. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you think that you can get, like, a bounce off the lip to see over there, you can't. Best you can do is, like, this, but as you can see, there's no targeting reticle for that surface. It's only the targeting reticle for the surface below it. So I think it's completely not intended for you to be able to shoot your fishing line over that hook. Which, man, I would have put a secret there. I really would have put a secret there if I could have. Oh, but maybe. Maybe? Maybe. You see what I'm seeing, right? I'm gesturing with my camera here for you all. There could be something to do. Because I have a very, very long cast range. Ooh, that is such a tempting fucking... Because look at this cast range. It goes out for a little bit. Ah, come on. Really? Nothing at all? Ah. But it could be a secret. That's what gets me. There could be something, but there isn't. So sad. I do think, in the same breath that I am complaining about the lack of extremely weird bullshit in the corners of this game, it's still, like, on its own, it's not a bad thing that I'm looking into corners of the game or, like, checking the seams of the world design to see if there's anything secret around. That's a very good sign, frankly. It's a sign that this game has a very, very good atmosphere, very nice construction to itself, where I'm actively looking at indiscriminate, pointless details of the map design just because I'm immersed in the world. I know that there are secrets, and I want them. I want the secrets. The 164 chance instinct is so funny. Yumi Nikki did serious damage to people's brains. And not in the way you'd be expecting it to. It's so frustrating not having a lure that goes down to a depth of like 15 or 10, because this barracuda is clearly sitting in between 30 and 8, and I can't fucking get their attention. I want the barracuda, please. He just doesn't care. I'm being negged by fish, dude. This is crazy. This is fucked up. Come on, it's right above you. He's not even hungry. I swear to God. The thing about Yumi Nikki that fucked up people's brains so badly is that 1 in 64 shit is, like, my favorite part about it, frankly. Just, like, people really were just like, there's a 1 in 64 chance for some crazy bullshit to happen in this specific room if you just are autistic and walk back and forth through the room and just smack the fucking light switch every time you walk into the room like a crazy person. And it'll just randomly hit you with one of the scariest things in the game. And it's just like so fucking funny. Because so many people heard that and they were like, well, I need to see this fucked up shit happen. This tuna is so hungry compared to the barracuda. It's crazy when you end up playing another game that has one of those Uboa triggers that is just like a, oh, you walked into a room that you walk into like 60 times a minute. And this one time you walked in here, there was something different about it, and then it disappeared the next time you left. Like, Five Nights at Freddy's basically became a franchise because they just had two of those. They had one with the newspaper that tells you lore, and then they had another one with the Golden Freddy posters. And the Golden Freddy posters were unironically, hilariously, the more obvious and easy to find secret, and then the newspaper posters being noticed later is what made Five Nights at Freddy's like an obnoxious lore game that people would never shut up about for the next like fucking 7 years. Oh yeah, video games that have one-time triggers for secrets are so mean, but also it's, like, kind of badass, in my opinion. Just, like, because then when you data mine the game, that's when you find out that there are so many things. Data mining in horror games is such, like, it's not, like, a touchy thing, but you run the risk of just completely killing the appeal if you data mine and you find out that there just isn't as much going on in the woodwork as you thought. But when you dig out the wires, finally, fucking Christ, when you dig out the wires of a fucking horror game and you find out that there are so many things happening in the back, like in the walls of this haunted house, there are so many moving parts. That's like the exact feeling it hits for me. It's just like, you open up a clock and you think there's only so many gears that could possibly be in there, and then you just see all of the moving parts. Buddy, I have spent like at least half the stream trying to catch you specifically. I am not letting you break the line. Gotcha. What a bitch. Oh yeah, this protag is great. I love this guy. He's so chill. I think I need to do a little bit of research, background research, because I think this kid is part of a specific culture that I need to confirm, because he meant one of the only voice lines I have seen that gives me like any backstory into this kid is that when he catches a halibut, he calls it his first halibut. And I know for a fact, because I remembered watching this on Animal Planet when I was a really small kid, that halibut have a cultural connotation with a specific group of people where it is, because it is such a staple of their diet, and like fishing for it is controlled, basically. They teach children, like young children, to, like, it's like a coming of age thing when they catch a halibut, because it's a big fish and it's meant to feed the people around them. So catching a halibut is like considered a big deal. It's like a mark of providing for your family when you get one. Providing for your crew. And I remember that being a distinct thing, and it stuck in my mind for so long that as soon as I noticed the kid pointing out that he has caught his first halibut, I drew that connection instantly. And I need to do a little bit of cursory research so I can actually remind myself what that culture is, and therefore make use of this so-called education I have. Other than that, this protag character has shockingly little information about him. There's, aside from that halibut comment, I don't think there's any other identifying information about him. He is just a kid who be fishing. And you know what? That's so real. This kid's straight up fishing. Peebing it out. You know what's another really good horror game that's like, it's not like perfect. I'd say like as an actual horror game, it hits like a 7 out of 10, maybe a 6 out of 10 depending on your mood. But The Witch's House, you guys know The Witch's House, right? We're all RPG Maker horror heads out here. We've seen posts, we've played games. We've watched YouTube videos where people overreact to shit. The Witch's House is like not quite a good game experience. It kind of sucks. Like, if you ever actually think about The Witch's House in like a purely gameplay perspective, it just sucks. You just step onto random tiles on a map in RPG Maker and you die. You interact with the wrong thing in the wrong order and you explode. And it's just kind of like, in that sense, I would say The Witch's House is almost like a fucking comedy horror. Especially if you know the plot twist. We are now going to talk about spoilers for The Witch's House, an RPG Maker game from like 2009. So, actually, hold up. No, I'm not gonna say that out loud and not double check, so I don't seem like a dipshit. No, that's the re-release. The re-release was 2018. 2012, October 2012 was The Witch's House's original RPG Maker release. And that is such, like, yeah, it's trial and error. It's a video game about trial and error. You just get a bunch of gruesome, scary deaths at you because you didn't know what you were doing. But then, like, the actual story of the game reveals that it's funny. It's funny that you didn't remember that, because you are the character who owns the house. The plot twist of The Witch's House being that you are the witch, and this is your house. So every single time your character gets murdered gruesomely, or falls into a stupid pitfall trap that makes no sense why it would be there, that's one of yours. You put that there. And from a perspective of being like a person who makes an indie horror game in RPG Maker, isn't that just the funniest thing ever? Walking through a house that you made and is full of stupid bullshit that you know will kill you instantly, but because you built it yourself, you put every stupid trap in there. You are the reason why it's so deadly. You would know, you should know that these things will kill you. You've designed it to kill people. It's probably killed people before. That's what makes The Witch's House so funny. It's like, it's this really unsettling, like, uncomfortable horror where you never get to feel safe in the area until you realize that it's not just by design because the developer of the game is an asshole. It's by design because your player character is an asshole, is an unlikable, vile person And you are simply in a Rube Goldberg machine of your own making. The witch's house is so funny for shit like that. You have made your bed of spikes, and now it is biting you very hard. You probably shouldn't have made a bed of spikes in the first place, but that's just your kind of deal. That's your vibe. That's what you're about. You wouldn't deny a girl her bed of spikes, would you? Oh, another barracuda. A fucking boss enemy has appeared, everyone. It's time for me to try to catch another barracuda for fucking 10 minutes. Ah. I mean, I mean, the witch in the witch's house is a disabled character, actually. Like, in the most literal terms, her body is crippled. She cannot move around of her own will. She is, what is the word? Terminally ill. She is going to die from some kind of unspecified disease that she has, like a blood curse or something. It's also implied that she has that blood curse because she's evil or something. Like, she kind of deserves it or whatever, but who cares? I don't think that makes sense. I might also be making that part up, because I have a poor memory, and it's been, like, literally 10 years since I gave a shit about the witch's house. But technically, this is disability rep. And she is motivated by her disability, I should say. The witch herself, like, the entire plot kicks off because she's trying to trade her body for some other, like, random hapless girl's body. And in the effort of trying to escape her crippled and disabled body, she is trying to escape death and also escape, like, the confines of her own home. Her home, which she has made a hostile environment to even, like, exist in casually. Because the world is hostile to her, you know? And, like, it kind of, like... It's one of those things where it's, like... It's not the most perfect representation of anything. It's not, like, the most one-to-one or even, like, positive example. It might not even be the most useful representation of disability, but it is a representation of disability. It does depict a way that if you really looked at it, like, honestly, without just brushing it off as creepypasta bullshit in RPG Maker, you can see what it means to, like, be someone who lives in a big place by yourself that you barely ever leave, and you just cultivate a space that's not helpful to any living thing. Because you don't treat yourself like a living thing when you can't do anything that matters to you. You do what is possible for you within the space that you exist in, and you create a space that is tinted with your own life experience in that way. This is why self-care is so important. This is why you have to do nice things for yourself and make your bedroom not look like a big beige block that you live in with a bed. This is why you gotta put up posters in your room and shit. If the witch's house had a few more posters of, like, Sailor Moon going on, I don't think any of that fucked up shit would have happened. Man, that does suck. And it's like, this is exactly the kind of conversation that's like, this is why I'm thinking of the witch's house in the first place, even, like, after 10 years of it being, like, essentially, like, a 6 out of 10 jump scare fest that just, like, kills you for trial and error. But it feels like something. The friction does something to your brain. It does tell a story that has, like, grip to it, you know what I'm saying? Without friction, you got no grip. And the friction in the witch's house is like fucking sandpaper. Dislocating your rib while getting laundry sounds like the actual most fucking, like... I would take a break from everything. I would... Can you look at... What the fuck? What the fuck, man? You are bullshitting me. Fucking barracuda, man. I tell you, it's not this hard to get barracuda to bite your shit when you're fishing them for them in the real world. Barracuda are so fucking aggressive. You could drop a fucking... You could put a bottle cap on a fish hook and a barracuda would get it. Barracuda are so fucking aggressive. Alright, doing a little scan of the water here. That's looking pretty clean. Alright. That is a good picking of the shelf. Now let's look around for scallops. Ooh my god, do you see that shit? You guys see that shit in the bottom left? Hold up. Move the camera a bit, because I just remembered I have a stream overlay that's making it hard to see. Right down there. You see that shit? That is Scallop City down there. There are 6 scallops down there. I want them. Do I fish IRL? I've gone fishing IRL, like, many times. Fishing is fun. When I was a child, my dad was a bit of an asshole, and he would just arbitrarily wake me up at like fucking 4 in the morning and be like, we're going fishing, come on. And it's just like, it's not the kind of fishing that you'd expect to see. Like, it's not the kind of fishing you're used to on TVs and shit. It's not this fucking like, let's go out on the canoe with a boat and go fishing. It's the fucking, this dude owned his own motor boat, and he would go out into Biscayne Bay of Florida to go fishing. Like, he wanted to fish. There were some times where he would schedule, like, just straight up going out for 5 hours to fish in the actual fucking ocean. He liked deep sea fishing. These experiences are a mix of, like, I like them. I like fishing. Fishing was fun. I caught some very interesting fish. Let me tell you, there's some very cool fish that exist in the waters outside of Florida. That is actually the best scallop grab I could have asked for, because that would have been the most annoying scallop to grab later if I didn't catch it just now. Now we turn 180 degrees around, exact same distance, and boosh! Scallop time. Getting hooks in your hands is like such a common thing while fishing, unironically. Happens all the fucking time. The great thing about fingers is that as long as you don't get it like really fucked up in there, like if you don't, as long as it's not like a really bad like impalement with a fish hook, most of the time you're not even gonna bleed from it. It just hurts. It hurts and it sucks, because then you have to pull out a little barbed piece of metal from your fucking skin, and it's obviously gonna fucking suck. But, like, it doesn't kill you. Barely even makes you bleed. If the hook is clean, and please clean your fish hooks, it's not even a big deal. You're not even gonna get sick from it. Don't use rusted fish hooks and you will never get tinnitus? Tinnitus. No. Tinnitus? Tinnitus? Is tinnitus the shit that you get when you get rust in your blood? I'm misremembering a word. I can tell I'm not saying it right. Tetanus! Oh, tetanus. Thank you. Thank you, Kathy. Oh, God. It's tetanus. Yeah. There are also potentially, like, other diseases you could get from, like, fish guts and whatnot. But, you know, just don't do that. Just don't get fish guts in your blood. Getting stabbed with bloody fish instruments will not make you a fish man, unfortunately. It will give you an infection, probably. I can't believe that I have to fish all these scallops out of the water. Thinking about more good fish stories. There's so many good fish stories to share. A really good fish story, for example, is this isn't even much of a story. I'm just gonna make a statement that I believe in. Of every shark that you can imagine, like imagine every possible shark, like all of them, even the ones that have funny faces and weird shapes. Think of all of those sharks. The one that you should be the least scared of at all times is like a nurse shark. That guy, he ain't doing nothing. I'll tell you what, when you see a nurse shark in the water, that's not a shark. You have just found a dog. You found a dog that lives in the water. Now, are you scared of dogs? Are you scared of dogs biting you on a daily basis? Hopefully not. I mean, I understand if you are. It's reasonable, in fact. You could say to yourself one day, or any day, every day perhaps, that you don't want to be near dogs. Dogs could bite you. Dogs have big teeth in their mouths all the time, and they could use those teeth at any point in time. They could decide, you know? And that's the reality of a dog. Now I want you to sit there, and I want you to think about a nurse shark, and I want you to realize it's the exact same logic. That is a dog. You found a dog in the water. Oh, come on. Come on. That's so sad. In a more just world, that would have been a scallop catch, in my opinion. In a world with meaningful laws, that scallop would have been in my pocket by now. This is why I'm an anarchist. I don't believe in a structure of power that doesn't get me scallops. Yes! Alright, now this is the hardest part. We're gonna scallop up, mash out, and look at the water. We're gonna go a little bit like that. I tell you, we are making some decent progress at completely drying out this entire lake of fish. Yes! Now, unless I find more scallops in another spot, I think there's only one other spot in this map where scallops can appear. We may have collected every scallop, which is a good thing. Very good. Very good for our fish progress. Now, we're gonna do a little reef fishing. We're gonna catch a couple of reef fish. Now, keeping in theme with discussions about fish and other aquatic activities, I would like to tell all of my close friends watching the stream right now, if you have the opportunity to go scuba diving, I would recommend it, in fact. I would say, if you have a safe opportunity to go scuba diving, for example, with an instructor of some kind, I would recommend it. especially if it's an affordable experience for yourself, because being like in an environmentally like appropriate like suit for swimming, having the freedom of just like existing underwater, relatively protected, and like able to exist there without panicking about like how much air you can breathe and shit like that, is honestly a very positive experience. I would say it's even like meditative. It's such a mellow experience to like absolve yourself of the fucking anxiety of being a creature that relies on oxygen that can only be filtered out of air in order to survive. And you don't have that worry for like even 30 minutes. You get to just like interact with your environment. You get to just like exist there and be like a little creature that's in the water. It's nice. It's a very nice experience. Lets you broaden your thought patterns a little bit. This might sound like very weirdly hokey, but I'm a weirdly hokey person, and I'm saying to you that scuba diving is like not an out-of-body experience, but more like a adjacent to body experience. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know that you yourself, as a human being, as you exist underwater, you know that you are not a fish. You know that you are not going to be a fish. That you cannot have the perspective of a fish, because fish brains don't think about shit like we do. They don't prioritize behavior like we do, and they don't associate patterns like we do. They do have pattern recognition, hence why fish themselves have patterns on them, because they communicate to each other with their bodies like this, by being fishes with patterns. Patterned fish, even. But my point is that as a human in a scuba suit, with like an air tank, etc., the capacity to just exist underwater, you get to just like analyze fish behavior. You can just sit there and look at it. You don't have to like assume that all fish swim away just because you get close to them, or that all fish are gonna be like one or another behavior. This is why also, if you were going to be scuba diving, I would recommend reef diving, and never recommend cave diving under any circumstances. I do not recommend diving into a scuba cave, even if you have an instructor who claims to be a professional of it, because professional scuba instructors die in caves, and, you know, that's really all you need to know. If professionals are gonna die in that environment, don't act like a professional when you're not. And also, don't risk a professional's life getting killed for your own fucking enjoyment of what is essentially the least hospitable environment you could put yourself in, even with a scuba suit. Fish freak you out IRL? I mean, they're weird. They're like this is a creature made out entirely out of spine, muscle, and scale, you know? It's kind of like a snake. All fish are kind of like snakes that live underwater, if you think about it. They hatch from eggs. They have teeth. Some of them are poisonous. They're very colorful. They move by wiggling left and right a lot. All of these things make snakes very similar to fish, in fact. So if you have a fear of snakes, having a fear of fish doesn't really seem that far off. Yeah, that would probably freak me out with fish as well, frankly. Look at that sunfish, though. He's not gonna hurt you. That's just a guy. That's just a dude. Sometimes there's just dudes in the water. And that's the fun part. But yeah, I totally get what you mean, Cappy. That... Oh yeah, no, sorry. Not Cappy. Woo! The jump scare of, like, little fish biting your feet when you're standing in water is definitely, like... I don't like it that much. I've had little fish like nibbling at my feet, but never like the feeling of them like actually trying to grab a toe. I've only ever dealt with like very, 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 very small fish making contact. Like guppies or sardines. Oh yeah, and in deep water that'd freak me out. I don't like swimming in open water most of the time, frankly. I mean, I don't like swimming in open water at all. Like, straight up. I'm cool with the beach, I'm down with sandbars, and I especially have already made my statement clear on how I feel about reefs. Now, reefs can be plenty dangerous. Never assume that a reef is safe just because it's full of fish and all that. Because, you know, it being full of fish is why you cannot assume that a reef is safe. Because it's a whole ecosystem. A reef has all sorts of shit going on. It's got regular fish, it's got pretty fish, and it's got predators as well. So you can't just go gallivanting through a reef assuming that nothing bad could possibly happen because it's in a brightly lit section of water, or because all of the fish that you see visibly are like non-aggressive or quote-unquote positive fish, you know what I mean? You gotta treat it like a wild ecosystem because it is one. Poink. The squid. Are you attracted to squid? Man, I'm gonna try fishing from a different angle because I'm like making these really long casts to try to get to these fish and it's not very time efficient. Oh yeah, seaweed is a bitch. I hate seaweed. I actually basically, for the most part, I would say that my biggest dislike of swimming in actual ocean water is seaweed. Because in Florida, at least, it's fucking everywhere. I mean, in the ocean, it's fucking everywhere, obviously. But, like, in Florida, there are just massive clumps of seaweed that just, like, wash into the beach constantly. You'll see, like, this... If you ever look at a beach that isn't, like, obnoxiously maintained by some resort, you will see, like, a big brown line that is across the entire beach that is full of, like, spiky shrimp and crab infested seaweed. And it is infested with shrimps and crabs. Not the kinds that you want to give a shit about eating either. Like, little itty bitty baby ones that don't do anything but pinch your skin, make you itch, and kind of gross you out, frankly. And, like, if it's seaweed that's actually rooted in the ground, you definitely can't trust it. Because seaweed that is rooted into the ground of the, like, the seafloor and all that is not going to come up with you when you pull on it. So if it does get tangled around you, that's a problem. Because you, as a singular human, suspended in water, do not, and you never will have the appropriate body strength to just tear seaweed from its roots and pull it all up with you through the water. That shit's not gonna happen. It's just, like, mathematically, physically, it's not gonna fly. Can't even see, but I can't go to bed because if I go to bed then the fish will respawn and we will be at this for like another 2 hours. Let's try catching some more of the shallow guys, like this bass. This may in fact be the last fish to catch that is on the shallow shelf. And from here on out, I think every fish that I have to catch is in the reef section or deeper. The way I've been categorizing these depths, by the way, is there are 3 shelves. There is the shallow shelf, or the bank, which is this immediate area that you can reach with almost every lure, including Peeb and the Beast. And then the second shelf is the reef shelf, which is the one that I've been currently struggling with. It's pretty self-explanatory why I'm calling it the reef shelf, because it's the one that has all of these rock formations and scallops and these colorful little fish that you would associate with a reef. Did that hole just make a noise? Come here, buddy. Swordfish time. You wanna... Actually, probably the most fucked up thing I've ever tried to catch on a fishing line is, in fact, a marlin. Not a swordfish. I should explain this to people, because this right here, what you're seeing here, this is a marlin, not a swordfish. Because swordfish have sails. And this little guy, he ain't got a sail. He's a marlin. Number one obnoxious thing you can do to people if you want to sound like you're smart at fish is differentiate between marlin and swordfish. Then again, the swordfish that are known for having a more big sail are also called sailfish, to differentiate them from marlin as a swordfish. So technically they're just both swordfish, and I'm being a pedantic asshole. Ooh, is that a moray? Is that a moon hitting my eye like a big pizza pie? Ooh, with a moray. Oh, that looks like one, yeah. Wow. Puts up a little fight, don't it? Goodness. It's a moray. We love a moray. Moray, my amore. Many amore in here. Yeah, baby. Wow, he swims fast. Oh, man. Amore eels? Now leaning way back into the earlier topic of this stream, talking about the creepy fish. We could have had potentially creepier fish that do fucked up things. Like, if I was looking for a fish that would pull my lure, not down deeper into the water, but sideways into a cave that I had no way of navigating on my own, it would be an eel. It could even be like a natural eel. God, that'd be such a nice little bait and switch for sorry for the fish pun, but such a good bait and switch that you could do there. It's just like, you're fishing by a reef, an eel bites your line, and it starts pulling, And if you could just reel the eel out, you know? You could just reel it out like normal, act like it's a normal fishing sim, and it'll act like a normal fishing sim. But if you let the eel keep pulling, it'll retreat into its little eel cave where all the eels came from. And just the idea of that eel cave feeding into something more sinister, that even just a simple moray eel, if you leave it unchecked, if you just let it do what it wants, will show you things that your little puny brain is not prepared for. This moray eel knows secrets you could not comprehend. A natural eel. Eels are naturally unsettling to people. I think because of that comment I made earlier about fish being basically snakes, eels are like even more so just basically snakes that live in the water. There are snakes that live in the water, for the record. And you should be afraid of them. Because most snakes that live in the water are poisonous. Or I should say venomous. And the fish that are venomous, or sorry, the snakes that are venomous in the water are pretty consistently much worse than the land-based venomous snakes. I believe cottonmouths are one of the ones that can swim and are known to swim. And they are quite unfun. Thank you for stopping by, Nico. Have a good one. I'm gonna get all these damn fish. I'm gonna have so many fish in my pockets. It's gonna be like that one episode of Ed, Edd n Eddy when I walk back. And I just got the big sloshy shorts full of fish in the pockets. My shorts is sloshing with all these fish I got in them. Oh! There is one shallow fish that I have not caught, and it is specifically that salmon. We'll come back for him later. He's going to be the last catch of the day, I think. Another fun fact about marlins while we're at it. They suck at baseball. Marlins are fucking ass at baseball. That might not even be true anymore, actually. It's been so long since I gave a shit about following, like, sports teams. Okay, for anyone who's not aware, I'm making a joke about the Florida Marlins, the baseball team for Florida. Because it's really easy to make fun of the Marlins, because even people in fucking Florida do it, because the Marlins don't perform well consistently. But that might... I don't know. I haven't paid attention to the recent performance of the Marlins, or any football, or baseball team for that matter. Because, you know, baseball's kind of not really an interesting sport to watch in America that much. I say that, but I'm a liar. Because I know baseball is fun to watch in America, because it still gets watched in America. I also am subscribed to a YouTube channel that specifically is just, like, constantly talking about recent changes to baseball, or, like, insane stories from baseball, or about baseball players. It's a YouTube channel called Baseball Doesn't Exist, which is an objectively the funniest YouTube channel name for a channel dedicated entirely to talking about weird shit from baseball games, or baseball rules. Mad respect to Baseball Doesn't Exist, because honestly, he convinced me. He convinced me that baseball doesn't exist. I believe him. Let's go for this little marlin. Come here, buddy. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, it's lining up. Yeah, baby. Sports are just a lie to sell more baseballs or whatever the fuck. Oh, God. That's my first broken line this entire stream. But yeah, finishing off my little thought from earlier, basically just, I haven't watched baseball in a really long time. I haven't given a shit about baseball in even longer, but I still watch YouTube videos about baseball because they're fucking funny. Baseball is objectively, like, a funny sport. Because the rules are made up, and it's got a very weird history of people dealing with the rules. So I honestly don't know how the Marlins are doing lately. The Marlins could be fine. The Marlins could be living it up. I just know that, based off of recent news, or based off of recent news that I've gotten from the YouTube channel Baseball Doesn't Exist, it seems like the current state of American baseball is a bit fucked. Like, most of the players don't seem to be happy about it. And there are constant changes to the rules that keep happening, like how long baseball players have to reach the titular base before they are disqualified for taking a long fucking time to get ready to smack that stupid little ball with their bat. Phrasing my sentence like a bit of a normal person, it's called, like, referees basically have now been given a new rule that demands that baseball players stand at base, ready to bat, that's the word. They are ready to bat at base within a certain time frame. It's like 30 seconds, basically. Like, 30 seconds, within the 30-second window that a referee or umpire has, like, decided that, like, okay, it's your turn to bat, get up here, and you're up to bat, you have to be standing in that little box by the home plate and ready for the ball within, like, a very strict timer. And that timer is strict and enforced. And that enforced timer has been a point of contention for a lot of players recently, because apparently they just don't like being rushed. Which, you know, me neither. I would also be pissed. Baseball's rules actually change remarkably often. And the reasons for the changes to baseball's rules are kind of hilariously straightforward. It's money. It's always money. There is always an amount of money that the people selling baseball tickets or baseball merch want to achieve. And if they can figure out a way to make that number go up, they're gonna change the rules of baseball to make the number go up. And in fact, that is part of the motivation for the more recent rule changes, like the timer. Because what has been theorized is the reason why baseball's viewership has been declining very much over the last few years, you know, besides the fucking pandemic that happened, is that because baseball stats, like viewership stats, basically did not improve even after quarantines were lifted and all that. Which, if you're like a normal human being like me or you might think to yourself, well, that's just because people don't really want to go watch baseball after recovering from, like, an economic crash that happened because of a pandemic. But if you live your entire life making money off baseball, that kind of shit doesn't apply, and instead you have to think about, like, new and inventive ways to force people to give a shit about baseball. So what you do is you change the rules of baseball to be incredibly hilarious and arbitrary so that you watch grown-ass men who get paid like six-figure salaries for hitting a ball with a bat get really mad and escorted off the field because they have been told that they took too long to play the fucking game. And it does piss people off, but it gets people really engaged with the game. Like, they get really invested in shit, and it's funny. And it's kind of like bitter and petty in a way that I don't know if any other sports really are. People who don't like the rule calls in baseball hate the rule calls in baseball more than anything else on the planet. Like when an umpire says some bullshit just got one of your team members disqualified, or not disqualified, like basically out. Like if an automatic out happens on one of the players that you just happen to like, and it happens for a reason that you don't think makes sense, and that the player himself also does not think makes sense, it pisses off everybody in a way that's just fundamentally entertaining. You get what I'm saying? Like, agitating them is kind of funny. Like, who gives a shit if they get mad because the rules changed and they don't like the new rules? Everyone kind of has to deal with the rule. And there are baseball players who just cooperate with the rules, and they'll still complain about them. They still think it's annoying. But, you know, that's every rule set. Nobody likes playing by every rule. The rules aren't there to make the game easier to play. The rules are there so that you can't do the shit that makes this game boring. That's the funny thing, is that like sometimes making the game just a little bit more annoying to play does make it more engaging to watch. And it isn't the healthiest strategy. I wouldn't recommend doing this to most games if you just wanted people to be more invested in the way that the results are. But it's funny. It's funny that it works. There has been an uptick in ticket sales. There has been an uptick in people watching the games even. Like, discussion of the games has been going up because people don't really like the new rules, but they're all having to deal with it. And that's just, you know, what are they gonna do about it? Change MLB's rule set? They can't do that shit. And also, like, another thing is, another big reason why the change was specifically towards the timer of baseball. Like, why they specifically chose to make their change to the rules of baseball this obnoxious time scam shit. Or really, it's an anti-time scam. Because they noticed that matches were just taking too long, and those long matches of baseball were contributing to the reason why people were losing interest. Because a match of baseball would just go on for like 4 fucking hours. And the last inning could be like almost half of the game's total runtime, just because of like how long it takes to set up and all of the fucking walking back and forth and just needing to, like, I don't know. The rules allowed for a lot of time to be wasted, basically. And even though the new rules are not popular and not really well liked because they're frustrating for the players to deal with, and they result in more interactions in the game that don't necessarily strictly involve hitting the ball, but it also puts pressure on the game to actually move forward, and more players have started making more interesting plays because they don't have time to set up stalling strategies. They don't have time to make call-outs for things like camping a base to try to get someone out. So more runners, more players who are running the bases have the confidence to go for risky plays like stealing bases. That's the real kicker that's actually made baseball more interesting to watch in the last like year or so. This is, again, based off of information I'm getting from YouTube videos and not from watching actual baseball, because I'm a nerd. But like, more players are stealing bases, and I didn't even have to watch baseball to let you know that players stealing bases is fun. It's cool. It might be the most interesting play that you can make in baseball is stealing a base, because it's almost like breaking the rules, you know, on its own. Like, it's called stealing a base. It makes it sound like you're doing something fucking dastardly, like you're pulling off a fucking heist. You're doing a maneuver. You're stealing that base. That's not your base. What are you doing over there, you little rascally bastard? That's the fun part about it. And because there's not as much time being made, the pitchers can't make plays. They don't have enough time to analyze everyone's movements and micro adjustments to see who's getting ready to steal a base. And like signing for people is getting faster. People have to make more communications in a shorter amount of time, and some of them have to make decisions without being able to communicate clearly everything that's going on. So the games get more unpredictable, they get a little riskier, but also more shit happens. Like, more actual, like, plays are made. People either get out or they get points. That's just more fun. You don't know what to expect on a play-by-play basis. You don't just sit there and, like, coast through, like, an entire inning, because, of course, no one's going to try to hit a home run here. No one's going to try to steal a base here. The state of the game is too stable. And it's like, no, now it's like there's less control over the board. People don't have as much of like a tight control over what's going on, where people are positioned, where the ball is going to go, how it's going to be swung. Just like even little adjustments that on paper don't do anything but make the game more abrasive and like more hostile to the players, even that still adds enough pressure that it causes more interesting decisions to be made. And even though this is strictly financially motivated stuff, they're doing this to promote ticket sales. They're doing this to get more engaging viewership, because otherwise they're not making as much money as they want to. It's not even like they're losing a bunch of money. Sometimes they are, but not always. Most of the time, they're not losing money from being the most popular sport in America. But I like sports. I do. Even though I don't really follow them that closely, and I don't like really keep an eye on like the actual narratives, I would say. Like, you know, like the narrative of sports. I don't keep up with that shit. I don't keep up with like who the teams are, who the top players are. I don't really pay attention to any of that shit. But I like paying attention to the trends in behavior within a sport, to the ways that team sports develop over time, and that like the environment shifts around the rules. Because I like games. I'm a gamer. So the balance decisions around sports, the things that drive the metagame of the sport, are the most fascinating thing to me. This might be a side effect of all of those years I spent playing Dota 2. Since I've mentioned Dota 2... Actually, no, I don't feel like talking about Dota 2. Fuck that. Big forehead guy. I think my favorite actual team sport to watch, if I had to sit down and decide that I was going to go watch a sport for a season, is fucking football. That gentle ambience is so valuable in this game. Sorry. That subtle ambient noise that seems to come from nowhere, and as far as I know, it has no source. But there was a little whoosh that I could hear that didn't play for the last like hour of me fishing in here. And it was it's such a good sound design. This game has a really good sound design for how like seemingly limited it is. For all of its appearances of being like a simplistic, basic simulator for things, the way it does noise underwater is just too good to ignore. His forehead is so large from all the baseball I've been talking about. He eats so many baseballs every day, and he learns about baseball. Okay, the swordfish has decided to steal this fucking catch from that little guy. Poor little guy. He wanted to catch the moonfish, but instead the swordfish is now who we are fighting. I tell ya, I've seen people catch swordfish with a fishing line, and that's gotta be one of the most unintuitive things on the planet. Imagine being a swordfish and getting caught by a fucking string. Oh my god. It broke at the last second. Actually, unironically, the line breaking at the last second is the most common thing to have happen when you're catching a swordfish. It's the most exhausting thing ever. I've seen it. I remember it now. I remember my dad noticing that he caught a swordfish on his line and just being exhausted because he was like struggling to pull the fucker up for like almost like 5 or 6 uninterrupted minutes, and then realizing it's a swordfish at the end and he's gonna have to fucking cut the line because, one, swordfish are not a delicacy. Like, they're not that much. Like, you can cook them. You can cook them like almost any other fish, but a swordfish is not like... This guy's not meaty. Look at him. He's not full of food for you. The sword part of his face is not meaty. You're not gonna get anything nutrition-wise from this guy. So catching a swordfish for the purpose of eating is just like an actual waste of your time. And catching a swordfish for trophies, that's different. People love catching swordfish as a trophy because they're called swordfish. They're innately cool. They're the most visually, like, distinct fish you can think of that immediately, like, poses a challenge, you know what I mean? Like, you see a swordfish mounted on anything, even like a stuffed swordfish, and you're like, whoa, somebody caught a swordfish. Fish with a sword on it. Pretty cool. And it's also very easy to imagine why catching a swordfish is difficult, especially if you try to catch it with a fishing line. Yoink. The colors on this one are pretty, you gotta admit. Whee! Nope, not far enough. We're starting to pick apart, we're starting to pick apart this reef pretty efficiently, you gotta admit. Good progress being made on this reef shelf. Let's reel in and see if we can catch that sunfish. There we go. Sunfish are so... Oh my god. They're difficult to catch in this game, for one thing. But they're also so fucking funny and cute. I'm, like, sorry to people who can't get behind the idea of a fucking fucked up looking guy being cute, but he's so cute. He's got that swag. Look at this swag fish. Shaped like a fucking boogie board, he is. What a real one. He would be my best friend. What a guy. And he's always smiling. Look at that. Look at that winning smile of his. Sunfish are great because they are not little, but they are very bizarre. Like, actual sunfish are just, like, insanely big. When I said that he is, like, shaped like a boogie board, I mean it. He's also the size of one, too. Those fuckers are big. And they're funny. They don't do anything. They don't swim very fast at all. And they don't bite you. They're just stupid. They are big, fat discs that live in the water and float around. And if you ever see one swimming around, it's like the funniest thing ever because he is just drifting. Like, they swim so slowly that regular ocean currents tend to just push them around way off course from any intended direction they were going. They are barely, like, they barely meet the requirements for being a fucking fish. There might as well be a goddamn jellyfish at this point because of how little they can actually swim. And they're funny. Most important thing to consider is that it is in fact funny fish. Funny fish is worth its weight in gold. Oh my god, there's no pufferfish in this game. I have not seen a single pufferfish. That's so sad because I like pufferfish. They're such a funny little guy. If we're talking about funny fish, that's funny fish number 1. Nice. It's hard to see, so honestly I'm going to switch to a deep sea lure, and I'm going to start fishing in the center. It's really annoying to reef fish like this when you can't even see things around you. Isn't that such a welcoming little chasm? Don't you just want to see what goes on down there? Oh, what's that little blue guy? That's a new one. I haven't actually seen this guy before. Little blue guy. I want that blue guy. I think I know what'll get his attention. Gotta go a little farther out. What if you saw this at the bottom of the ocean? Would you trust him? Why is he blue? Why him blue? If he was green, he would die. Ooh, another thing this game could really benefit from is a Snell's window effect. Those are really complicated to do, I know for a fact, because I've seen a video about it. But They're also very valuable for water simulation. You know what I'm saying? Come on, blue guy. Look at me, look at me. He doesn't like me. I'm sad. So sad. I would probably also bite this if I saw it in the middle of the ocean. I would think, wow, it's shiny. Must be very delicious. Bet it tastes like sodium. Yes, yes, yes. Come here, come here, come here. Why? I want the green bass. Why is he green? Like, actually, why is it green? I'm gonna go back to the regular fish lure and see if it floats at a more reasonable height. This is like the only green fish I think I've seen down here, like this blue-green one. Oh, come on, that cannot be close enough to get its attention. That might very well be, like, the only fish I'm missing in my encyclopedia, too. Let's check. I am now going to actually go through the entire fish list, so you will see at least one fish that is a spoiler, because I caught it off stream. We've got our bass, we've got our guppy, we've got our tuna, salmon, halibut, mackerel, rockfish, yellow perch, lamprey, barracuda, northern pike. Haven't seen one of these spawn in a current lake, but yeah, they exist. Catfish, a discus, flowerhorn, amorne, scallop, uaru, swordfish, sunfish. So yeah, maybe that green guy is down here. There's three varieties of fish I have yet to see. We got tiger barb, goldfish, angelfish, koi, piranha, stoplight, anglerfish, and football fish. Technically the same fish, but don't worry about it. And there are 4 fish that I have not seen yet, and we have one of them right in front of me. Also this guy. Something that got out of the debug scene somehow. The prototype fish. I saw him. I got lucky and he spawned. And then I caught him. He was very silly looking. I also, admittedly, I really love the idea that one of the random, like, rarest fish that can spawn in the water is just, like, randomly will appear. You will see a blocky fish in the ocean, and you will have to catch it. Look at how pretty that green guy is. I want him. I want him to pay attention to me. Please. Please. I want that fish. Come on. Look at me. Look at me. Yes! Yes! I have to be... Oh, I can tell this dude has... Oh my god, that is a fierce tension. You, like, can't reel at all while he's struggling or it will snap. Whoa! A lingcod. Blue one. Weird. Blue lingcod. It's a blue edition. That's an extreme rarity, and it's 500 gold. Or dollars. It's not a disturbing POV at all to have them hurtling towards the camera, no. See, the thing is, like, I would agree with you, actually. Like, I would be like, that would be kind of a thing I would avoid having as a constant visual. But this game doesn't take advantage of it as much as I thought it would. If I could have that, like, feeling of, like, scariness from seeing a fish that took interest from my bait and I didn't notice, and it just, like, swoops in and fucking grabs that fucking bait and just starts yanking on it real hard. That shit would jump scare me even if it wasn't like a scary fish. Like if it was just like a normal fucking like shark just comes by and goes yoink and just starts pulling my line real hard. Shit would still get me. This game has such a good vibe. It has such a good understanding of like subtle fish horror, but it could go harder. It could go so much harder on it. Come up here. Come up here. Come up here. Yeah. Cook the bluefish up? I guess I will. I don't really need money for anything, so there's no point in me actually selling the expensive fish. Do you think I should cook the bluefish by itself, or do I need to put 4 together to make a dish? I'm gonna try just the blue one by itself. I think you can probably just cook with only 1 fish at a time and it'll be fine. This is every fish I've caught in this day alone. The scallops. No, you need 4 fish to cook with. Okay. Let's try throwing in all of the most expensive ones I have. Okay, yeah, the most expensive ones I have are sunfish and marlins. We did it! Average dish. Fish and sticks. Nice. I'm feeling fairly lucky. Yeah, the tree stump is dry. Alright. Let's peruse our shelves. Make sure that we have a clear idea of what we're doing here. Pretty much the entire shallow shelf is picked clean except for 1 salmon who is roaming around over there. I can see him right now, actually. Oh, you know what's another subtle detail I would have really liked this game to have? The closer you get to overfishing, it should change the background of the sky or something. Like, dull gray the sky a little bit, make it look a little, like, rainy. I'd like that. Just a very subtle feeling of it getting a little worse around here as you just drain the entire lake out of fish. Maybe a fog rolls in. That'd be nice. I don't think that refilled the lake at all. Everything looks pretty much the same here. It'll only refill the lake if I go to bed, I think. Should switch lures. I didn't switch lures at all. Yeah, this is the only other spot where scallops could spawn, I think, but we are nice and scallop-free from the looks of it. Oh! The light turned on. Think I can get that manta ray to pay attention? Nope. What about the swordfish? Nope. Oh, unless it comes back. Come on, look at him. Look at him right there. What the fuck? What the fuck? That should have been mine. Alright, is there a chance of me catching another fish at this angle? Nope. Let's try one of these. Yeet! Few good hours of fishing, the temptation to smoke is kind of strong. But it's fine, we're chilling. We're just fishing. It just isn't good enough. It's a shame. Ah, I feel the need to blow my nose again. I hate it. Hasn't gone away like all day. Just got that light congestion. All the way across. Now this is a vibe. This looks unsettling. This looks like I'm making a bad decision for my health and sanity, doesn't it? This is a visual that no one really wants to see. But it's cool, isn't it? Oh my god! This is the first manta ray. Ooh, they got quite a bite. His little eye texture stretching is very funny to me. Manta ray. It's a little manta ray. Yeah, that's one thing to point out, is that it's not very big as far as manta rays are concerned. Manta rays can in fact be much bigger than this. Manta rays are so cool. Stingrays are also cool. People kind of awkwardly conflate manta rays and stingrays together a lot. Even though it's pretty easy to tell the difference between them, because manta rays got the little mustache, basically, and stingrays don't. Also, stingrays have the sting, and manta rays don't really. I think a really funny fact about stingrays that pretty much everyone at this point knows, thanks to Steve Irwin, is that stingrays themselves are not quite so dangerous with the sting. Like, the actual stinger on a stingray is not quite that dangerous. It is just, it will hurt, it will sting, and you don't want it to happen. But the actual dangerous part of a stingray tail is the spine, the bony barb that is part of its tail, which can pierce your skin, will hurt, and will not come out easily on account of it is a serrated bone, and it is barbed as hell. So, I'm sure we all know the late great Steve Irwin was done in by a stingray barb, and therefore everyone in human history will remember for the rest of time that stingrays are a little spicy. Don't fuck with them. But also, stingray barbs are not likely to be the worst of your problems, because you are not likely to get close enough to a stingray where it will want to hit you with a barb. The worst case scenario, really, and the most common way to actually get injured by a stingray, for your information, is simply stepping on one. Many times you will just find stingrays chilling, because they just be chilling. They're sitting in the sand. They tend to be in shallow sand water, like sandbar type shit. And if you step on one and you put too much pressure on it, it's gonna sting you, because you just scared him and he was sleeping. I almost stepped on a stingray once. I ended up scaring it, but it just swam away from me. And frankly, I also scared myself when I did that, so I immediately got out of the water because I didn't want to get hurt stepping on a fucking stingray. But like, I didn't have any I wasn't afraid of them hurting me. I was afraid of me hurting it and then getting hurt as a consequence. Because sometimes you really are just stomping around in the sand. That's a big reason why I try to not just blindly play in the beaches, and I like to be very reserved about my time I spend on open beaches. Because things like stingrays and sharks are not necessarily threats to be avoided, but they are part of the ecosystem, and not being aware of them or just assuming that they're not there is the fastest way to get yourself into a very unfriendly run-in with most of them. You just gotta be aware. You gotta be paying attention, and you gotta be conscious of what you are interacting with. The fish ecosystem will react to you as if you are a stranger, so do not be a stranger to it. Oh yeah. One time I saw, going back to reefs and nurse sharks, one time I found a nurse shark sleeping under a rock, and it was very funny, because you might be thinking to yourself, sleeping? Sharks be sleeping? And yeah, sharks do be sleeping. Nurse sharks specifically sleep in reefs very often, under rocks. And they do this because they are sleepy. Just something to think about. Think about sharks that are sleepy, and maybe you'll feel better. Sharks get so sleepy sometimes. There was a little green fish right here. Where'd he go? There he is. Is he for real? Guys, I think he's dead ass. God damn, he's dead ass. Making me pull out the fucking fish lure for this one. Sleeping nurse sharks are very, very funny. They are a little unnerving, like, to observe, because a sleeping nurse shark does not close its eyes. Most fish don't necessarily close their eyes, ever, if you think about it. But, like, nurse sharks, obviously, don't close their eyes when they go to sleep, because they are sharks. But they don't react to seeing things when they're asleep, you know what I mean? Like, you can look at one. You can look at a nurse shark while it's sleeping and it won't react to you because it's asleep. It's just sitting under a rock. And even if it was awake, the nurse shark's not particularly interested in you. That's why he's hanging out under a rock and not just swimming around looking for shit to interact with. So the great thing about fish is that, like, they don't need body language because you can tell what is going through a fish's mind based on what the fish is actually doing. If that fish is doing nothing, that fish is doing nothing in its brain. That's why it's so rare to see a fish swimming, because rarely is a fish really doing nothing with its brain. But nurse sharks, they love to do nothing. They love to do nothing so much, and that's why they got nothing in their brains. Huh? I got a notification, but I didn't see what it was. Oh! Thank you, Neon. I got $1. Weird. Yep. Got one. Almost broke it at the last second, you cheeky little shit. Come here. Alright, we're making good progress. We're almost done with this, the shallow reef end. Ta-da! See, one more fish, 2 more fish to grab off that rock. There's one more fish in this corner that I'm in. Just need him to take interest. Beesh. Boink. This might be perfect. Oh no. No. Try again. I want a fishy. I want a fishy. Give me your love and attention. I demand it. Come on. Look at it. It's right there. You're right on it. Come on! Fuck. Alright. Squid time. You gotta be squidding me. Not good enough. Where? Another thing that I really wish changed, just subtly, it would be so funny if rocks moved. Like, this game would have such a funny sense of uncanniness if the rocks in the reef would just move between casts. Wouldn't that just be so fucking weird? Just every time one of your lures breaks the surface of the water or like leaves it and you look back into the surface of the water, the rocks have adjusted just very slightly. They're turning, they rotate in place, or they just like flip. Wouldn't that be weird? This game could get so much weirder and I would love it so much more. I think all video games should know this, that if they just get a little bit weirder with it, I'm gonna like it a lot. There's at least one Easter egg I have yet to see. Could it be the legendary dopefish? I want to see the legendary dopefish in this game. That would be sick. Alright, this squid has got to get your attention, dude. Come on. Yeah! Squid success. Yoink. There are so many little things that could just happen. Like, I've only played this game for like maybe a total of like 8 hours. Because this is a fishing game. Takes some time. Can't just blast through it even if you want to. But like, just I want to see all sorts of weird shit. There's at least one Easter egg. I'm glad there's still weird secrets to look forward to. But one thing I can't help but admit that I really enjoy about this game is that it just inspires paranoia. Just good, healthy paranoia. I've been building conspiracy theories about this lake since I started playing the damn game, even though I'm pretty sure I already know what the whole major secret is. It's not like a tremendously complicated thing. Well, more so, it's not that it's tremendously complicated, it's more so that there's very little of an explanation. The quote-unquote mysteries of this lake are just that, it's a mystery. I don't think there's quite a solution within the game itself. But there's certainly something. I think the limited level of interactivity with the world is part of what makes the mystery so strong, and why it's so like tempting to just come up with stupid ideas for what could possibly cause a reaction. With my limited set of interactability with the game, where all I can do is select rod length and lures. like, it has to do something, right? There has to be something I can trigger by having the right lure in the right place. There has to be something that can surprise me if I cast my line at the right time or at the right angle or in the right spot. Because I have the ability to cast my line, and it's the only thing I can do to have control over the situation. It's the only thing the game can register me doing. So it's the only thing that the game world itself can react to. These rules are what drive the conspiratorial thinking. This is what drives interactivity with the scary water game. Bryce said that the ending has a specific meaning for him, apparently. I haven't considered this. Squeak. I've said it before, but I'll say it every time I get the chance. Definitely, like, the most timeless and not necessarily easy to implement, but the most commonly implemented and timeless scare tactic in a video game is the Weeping Angel. Like, the Weeping Angel is just... I don't really know, like, what to compare it to. I don't really know if there is, like, a precedent for something like the Weeping Angel within, like, mythological monstrosities that we've concocted over the years. But just the concept of a creature that can only move when it is not being perceived and is an active threat at any time that it is not being, like, consistently watched, but it can't be interacted with and it cannot be affected while it is being perceived. Knowing that the creature is there does not help you in the slightest, and it is only the split second that you are not sure of its position that you are in threat. And that shit is so easy to do in video games because of, like, how culling works with cameras. Just as soon as the camera is off screen and the entity is no longer being rendered by the player, you can give it new properties and new behaviors. Things that the player can't analyze properly. They can't observe what its behaviors become once it stops being looked at. The only evidence that it has behaviors is the fact that it's no longer in the same place that you left it when you turned around. It works every time. Every time. When you can't trust an inanimate thing to be inanimate, that's a good kind of scare. And it's really hard to beat. It's very easy to recreate. God. Another thing about this game is that I feel like this is actually, like, kind of a point in its favor for the atmosphere. The water in this lake is clear. Like, clear. And that is, on its own, like, an interesting detail. Because if they wanted to, they could simulate a tighter fog, you know what I mean? If this water wanted to be simulated as not quite as clean as it currently is, you could just make the fog tighter. You can make it blur out more. Give it a green tint instead of this very cool blue. The fact that you can see so far down into it while you're swinging your line over just serves as like an extra layer of proof that like the only thing stopping light from entering this water is the water itself. The water itself might as well be perfect. It's more than pristine. This water is immaculate. One might even say it is unnaturally well maintained. Teleporting Watson is probably the funniest thing I've ever heard of in a video game. I remember that. I do remember the thing you're talking about, but I never... It's been such a long time since I've seen footage of that happening that I don't really remember the details of how it worked. I just remember it being very funny that, yes, there is a Sherlock Holmes game where Watson is like a programmed NPC with no animations, so he just teleports fucking everywhere. Damn, nothing? They ain't interested in this shit at all. Let's try to get that swordfish from the center. The little discus near the rocks are the hardest fish to get out of the lake. I have noticed it's a little bit fucked, trying to get some of these guys to pay attention. I just need that marlin. Alright, that's gotta get his attention. I'm like straight on his path. Yeah. Yes. Hello. Up. Up. Whoop. Whoop. Ooh, that was close. All right. Let's try fishing low. I see one more discus on that shelf over here. There's one more flower horn. Let's go for one of these fellas. Woo! Wow. The moray eel might be the fastest swimming fish when it targets your lure. When they see that shit, they are locked on. Imagine if this thing was really huge. Scary thought. True. He's so right for that. I agree with this kid. I would be very scared if moray eels were big. Good thing they're not big. Moray eel neuron activation. True. I shouldn't try to catch these from across the fucking water. It's kind of annoying. I'll just go to the other side of the lake. Also, Mion, now that you're here, I want to emphasize to you specifically. Does it not bother you like so much that you can't cast? Like even with this length of cast, that you can definitely, without a doubt, make it over there. The reticle just won't target it. You can't. I want to go over there and see. I want to see the lake. Whee! Boink! Bugs me. It bugs me so much that you can't get up there. That you can't look up there. I want to. Cause like, you look at it and you think, it's gotta be a source of water there, right? Curious if I can hit those surfaces of the water from inside the cave from outside over here. I don't think it is. I don't think I can hit that body of water, unfortunately. This is the long shot of a lifetime, and I don't think I can make it. Whee! Boink. Nope. I'm gonna be right back, and I'm just gonna let everyone chill in the ambience. Because I gotta go blow my nose and get water. Is the light on tonight? Doesn't look like it. Papa. I'll be right back. Okie dokie, I'm back. Looking around, I see nothing has changed while I was gone. That's good. Keep it that way. Looking at my fish encyclopedia one more time. One missing fish in between sunfish and manta ray. And one missing fish between the prototype and the football fish. So fish 31 and fish 20 are missing from my Fishpedia. One of those fish is probably, definitely, most likely just in this water, and I have not seen it spawn yet, and I have not caught it. The other fish is like 99% likely from that cave and has not spawned either. Because there's those ponds in that cave, those ones that exist in the shelf that I keep commenting. I've never seen anything at all spawn in those ponds. So something must spawn in those ponds. Oh right, I was walking around the beach so I didn't have to fish from this side. What the fuck? Oh, I guess I did leave some guys back here. We're peeving it. Get him back to peeving. What? He disregarded Peeb? He has no love for Peeb? Complete disregard for the beast as well. But the rubber eel goes deeper than Peeb and doesn't even have as much attraction. What could possibly? There's no way. It has to be Peeb. Peeb or pust, as I always say. That didn't sound even funny. That sounded just terrible. I'm never saying that again, actually. I may have always said it, but not anymore. Peeb. Yes! The call of Peeb. We got him. We got him peebed. And last but not least, we got a rockfish here. Oh, there's also another tiger perch I missed. Wow, there's a surprising amount of fish in this area that I just completely neglected. There's like 5. Left side of cave entrance? Sure thing. Let me grab this last little perch. You didn't neglect them, the pipe was open, so a few came back. Oh, more fish appear anytime the light opens up? I didn't know that. Whoa. Come here. Okay. This section of the water is picked clean once more. And you said the left side of the cave entrance?
Reinforcements have arrived.
Oh! Cecilia, I'm rating with 4. Hi, how's it going, dude? Hi, gamer. Left side of cave entrance, huh? Aiming with your right shoulder on the cave wall outside? From left side entrance, like this. That's what you're telling me? Whoa. That didn't quite do nothing. Pillars of Eternity. I don't actually know what Pillars of Eternity is. Boink. I'm doing fishing. We're trying to fish every single creature out of this water. Because we are spiteful. And we like achievements. Left side of cave entrance, push your character's right shoulder against the cave wall and try to cast? Peeved. Gotta be outside cave. Am I... Whoa! Was that almost it? Huh. What actually am I doing here? Peeb. Try to cast towards the trees? I think. Oh, well, Mian, I'm gonna join you on call so I can get you to just tell me exactly what I'm doing wrong. Hello.
I just
Hmm?
moved way. It's like really closer to the train.
It's actually so hard to hear you above the waterfall.
Oops.
Hi.
Hi.
So I'm up against this wall on the left side opening of the cave, and I'm trying to push.
Yeah, go forward a little bit more. Like, walk forward a little bit more. You'll know when you're in the sweet spot because your camera will do something interesting when you try to cast. So just keep walking forward and aiming. But keep your right shoulder on the wall because you're trying to clip through it. I don't know, maybe this was patched out.
Oh, I think I see what you mean. I see something, perhaps. Oh.
Yeah, so you're trying to aim through the wall, so like right where the grass and the rock meet there, just try aiming at the wall there and just tilt your camera and see if it'll go through.
Mm-hmm.
Try a little bit further up actually.
Oh, wait, I think I see something. What? No. Oh! Ooh. Oh! Almost. I see a seam. Oh. We're behind the tree line.
Wow.
That's what I've wanted this whole time.
You did it. So yeah, like, you see where the vines on the rock texture make like a little triangle almost? Right there. Try to stand under that. And put your right shoulder there. And try casting it. Haha. Maybe it was patched.
Oh no! My desire for secrets is very strong.
Okay, I see. So the way you have to start it is by aiming it at the ground and then turning your character so your camera goes outside the map. Yes, yes, that was it.
Oh! Oh! Oh, that's deeply unsettling. Oh, that's deeply unsettling. Oh, that's scary. That's genuinely... Ooh.
Okay, you broke them out. Good job. If you use Sunken Maiden there, you can actually just see the ending of the camp. Because it's a death trigger and nothing else.
Yeah, that makes sense. That was very much worth it.
Yeah. Is the light on tonight?
Yep.
'Cause- Oh, really?
Yeah, we got lights.
Okay. Uh, just stand like halfway between the shore and the lake and just cast at the trees.
Halfway between the shore and the lake and cast at the trees here?
Yeah, like that. I don't know how this works exactly, so this is kind of guesswork.
Boink.
Now just row back slowly. No, not in stereo.
Oh.
Maybe it's just a random event.
Boink.
Now go to the other side of the lake where the trees are.
Like the other trees?
Like the real trees.
Like here?
Yeah.
So I should
Now just
cast
try.
towards the trees?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I think it's just a random event.
Is it a scary random event?
Maybe. Nah. Try back to the trees cast on the lake.
Back to the trees, cast on the lake.
Uh-huh. Just try casting on the shore, actually, not in the water. Yeah.
Wheel! Peeb goes fly! Peeb adventure.
Holy moly.
Peeb can fly!
What? Fuck.
Go Peeb!
This is better than the actual game. What the hell?
These are the Spider-Man physics people want in the next game. Boink. Maybe it's this.
Yeah.
Maybe it's this pile of bugs, because I've always been suspicious of these. Because they never move. They're always here. Always, always, always here.
Yeah, try casting both ways in the bugs, I guess. Nothing to lose. Maybe it.
Let's try casting at the very top of the tree. Doink. Weird.
Want me to tell you the secret event you're missing, or you think you'll put enough hours in to see it?
I mean, I'm still gonna try to get all the fish out of here, so it's likely I might run into it.
You sure you don't want to end the stream soon for food?
Maybe food soon, but if I end stream, we won't get to see me clear out the whole lake of fish, and I'm like very close.
Are you?
I mean, all it's got left is the deep end. Pretty
That's
much.
like the hard part.
But there's like, it's just these guys. There's a 2 discus and a flower horn, and then I think that's it for the middle shelf, and then it's all fish from this center zone. And I've already caught the problems. That is to say, most of the swordfish and the manta ray and the sunfish. So it's all just lower reef fish, and also 1 swordfish who spawned really low for some reason. So I'm like very confident that I can get this done.
I see. Get the ones by the rock first, the discuses. Because they're the hardest ones.
Sure. The one thing that gets to me about this game, though, is like, I feel like there should be a dope fish. You know.
What's a dope fish?
Dope fish is it's that stupid fish model that you see in Doom.
Oh, that's what that thing is.
Yeah, it's a classic boomer shooter meme is putting dope fish in the game at some point. Do you hear that?
What's that?
Sounded like thunder.
Oh, there was a rumble?
Yeah.
Look at your character when you're pulling it out. Okay. It's fine. Believe the rumble is part of the signifier. But maybe it spawns in like the trees over by camp. Or the trees by the hill.
Maybe it's by all of these trees.
Mm-hmm.
I have to look at my character while reeling back. I like how I like started this stream by being like, yeah, this game has Thalassophobia in it, but it doesn't really hit me with it that hard. Clip the fucking lure out of bounds for like 3 seconds, and it all hits. All of it. That was decidedly too much. It was just like, oof. Like my entire body was ready for it. I was expecting there to be something out there. Like my brain was only like, there has to be. There can only be something bigger than I could possibly imagine out here. And it doesn't even have to be true for it to be scary. Yoosh.
I love the Dreamcast shirt.
Oh shit. Fish got back in there.
These sneaky fuckers.
The beast will make short work of them.
Yeah, the problem with overfishing is you have to do it at a consistent speed, otherwise the place will refill slowly, faster than you can catch them. And of course, you can't close the game or sleep.
Well, yeah, well, sleeping is basically useless except for the express purpose of catching or making more fish spawn.
Mm-hmm.
And you know we gotta check in the stump, too.
Yeah. Apparently that pipe has some pressure behind it. It just launches the fish into these little ponds.
They fucking got mad hops.
So if you want to make the last dish that you're missing, I also figured out how to do that.
Oh?
It requires the protofish.
Requires a protofish. Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
So I might actually be forced to restock in order to get that achievement. That's fine.
Yeah.
Now the hunger is starting to hit me, so maybe I should take a break to go get food at least.
Yeah. I think this would make a good long stream.
This is a good long stream.
I think you're underestimating how long it's gonna take you to get the discuses from the rocks.
It definitely seems like it'll take a while. They don't react very much to things, do they?
You need to use the cube, and you need to line it up, and you need to drag it through them. That's the only way.
It's the only
no
way.
lure gets in range otherwise.
It's fucked up, but we gotta do it. I'm looking to see if scallops respawned, because that would be very funny if I had to keep going back for scallops. Alright. I'm going to just... Darn, I just realized I don't have Discord set to a different audio track, so I can't purely mute Discord while keeping the game exactly the same. Or volume.
I can just mute myself.
Probably. But that would be a little rude, because then I wouldn't get to talk to you. God. Thinking about Cecilium's comments about turning this place into a swimming pool once you've gotten rid of every fish. I wouldn't even do that. After all the fishing I've done in this body of water, I want it fucking, like, sanctioned off. I don't want anything coming back into this lake once it's empty.
We should do an endurance test. Clip sunken maintenance, see how long you can clip outside the map for.
How long I can clip out of the map? An endurance test for who, exactly?
Content, I guess.
Endurance test for my fucking nerves. The one thing that I don't want to do for at least a while with this game is I don't want to look at data mined information about what it reacts to and what it doesn't.
I don't think it's even popular enough for people to do that.
Maybe not, but it doesn't have to be popular. It just needs one person with desire to crack it open.
It's true.
I think what I just want the most out of this game is probably just literally a sequel.
Yeah, true.
I just want more fish, more weird things that can happen. An incredibly dense map full of weird bullshit places to find fish.
It's true. I think this is kind of Bryce's current best game.
I like it a lot.
Because the core gameplay loop is super engaging. And while his other game that got more popular is maybe more interesting story-wise, the gameplay loop is just not comparable to this.
You can't beat fishing. Fishing's got the vibe. Alright, we got a discus. We also have a moray, which is overtaking the discus. You were here for my rant about how eels could have provided so much good horror to this game. Like eel caves, just lateral progression, or lateral, I guess horizontal. Literally just horizontal travel in water could provide so much unease in this game. Imagine if this thing was really huge. Scary. I love that that's just his text box for it. Imagine if it was really big. Scary. It would be scary.
Those Mario 64 eels.
Mario 64 eels are so scary. It's not even, it's so fucked up. I'm trying so hard not to just straight up ask you, what is that secret? What is that one Easter egg I don't know? Why am I casting my line with my back turned to the woods exactly?
That was just a random attempt at getting something to trigger, but I think it just happens. Yeah, it's like really rare. Because everyone in the forums talking about it has like a ton of hours in the game.
Well, I'm a very traditionally lucky person, so I'm sure I'll run into the whatever it is, especially if it's scary. Because I'm so lucky. The rock sinks fucking faster than the fish can catch it. So I just gotta sit here and wait for him. Any day now, brother. Oh, he got distracted. He got bored.
He lost aggro because it sunk too fast.
It's so fucking sad.
Welcome to Discus Hell.
Womp womp. The really annoying part is just deciding which spot you're gonna fish. Prioritize. I'm curious what the random event is. Is it the sunken maiden? Is it a ghost? Wouldn't it be scary if there was a ghost?
me check what people call it. Huh. You want a hint?
Sure.
It's related to cryptozoology in West Virginia.
Oh my. Cryptozoology in West Virginia. Oh
You
boy.
might not be familiar with what I'm referring to. I wasn't before I looked it up.
Fuck. If it's a Virginia cryptid, that means it's really something weird. Those fuckers been fighting. Those fuckers make up some weird shit in the trees. Cause like you think about Mothmans and then you think about Jersey Devils, but they got some real weird shit. Like the Flatwoods Monster, that ain't even it, but it's close. Flatwoods Monster is Appalachian in its typical sightings. But could it? I mean, it would be very funny if they did a Flatwoods Monster appearance in here, but that would also be like a little out of nowhere. The rumbling is happening again.
Yeah? Quick, pull your lure out. Go look around. No. I don't know. I don't know if I get it.
There's just a rumbling in the water sometimes.
I think it is a nighttime event, though.
Well, then it wouldn't be scary if it happened during the day, now would it?
Yeah.
And this is a scary game. It's also scary how much I'm just throwing my line into fucking nothing. Ah! Jump scared by my own fucking stream notification. Ewobun, thank you for following. We are fishing. Fishing to the point of excess. To the point of insanity. Fishing to the point that we redefine what fish means to us. Shoutouts to all the fish. I will catch them. Another really subtle thing I've been trying to expect, but never seen hide nor hair, even a hint of it, is something akin to the, you know, the Super Mario Galaxy Hell Valley Skytrees texture?
No.
There is a texture that is associated with the skybox of a specific level of Super Mario Galaxy that within the data of the game is referred to as the Hell Valley Skytree. Which, you know, using the word Hell Valley and the identifying code for any Mario game is going to get people to start like triggering their creepypasta senses. But the Hell Valley Sky Trees are also like very, very, very inherently weird because it is a very relatively small texture that is applied to a specific point in the skybox where you can see them. And they are just like, the Hell Valley Sky Trees are specifically a texture of 3 like silhouetted figures that have eyes, and that is it.
Mm-hmm.
That is all they are. They don't do anything. They have no behavior. They don't react to anything you do. They are simply a flat texture that exists. And all they serve to do is to make it look like Mario is being observed by something that is very high above him and very far away. In a game like Mario Galaxy where there's essentially almost no real aliens that exist, and I have been basically just waiting for the moment that one of them spawns here, you know? Like at the top of that rock, you can almost always see the top of that rock while you're fishing. Like while you're pulling stuff up from the water, you can tilt the camera up and see its silhouette.
Mm-hmm.
And you just think to I just keep thinking, there could be a dude up there. Like while I'm pulling up fish, just a figure could appear at the top of that. It would be very cool. Just boop. Especially if they were only visible from below the surface of the water. And like as soon as you pull up out of the water, you try to look for them and they are not there. Discus time.
She is fishing up the whole lake, Ewa, but...
We are trying to get the whole lake of fish, yes. We are devastating this ecosystem. Damn. And we are getting unlucky. There is only one potential scary thing that we are waiting to see if it happens to me. And it makes me very nervous. What if it's scary? Goddamn, they're not even by a rock, they're all just floating in this one, like, open spot.
Yeah.
I just have to, like, find the precise location to drop above them and see if they pay attention while it's falling down. And I'm constantly off. I think this is better? No, this is still worse. Farther out, like this. Yeah, I think this is good. This has potential. There's also the right time of day to see if the light turns on, I think. Boop. You can see the light peeking out. God damn it.
Maybe if it rumbles when the light's on, that's what makes it happen.
That'd be scary. The rumbles are scary because so far they don't do anything. Just the fact that something very obviously is happening that doesn't happen every time. And I don't know what it does. Because it's not the sound of the light turning on. The light turns on its own, very simply. And the entryway that opens up when the light's on doesn't make a noise on its own. Little discus. More like little dick. Big yeet. Whee!
I really like the way the cube looks at night.
Yeah. It's got a good pulse to it. Is there even a single fish below me for me to be bothering with this cast? No, not even a single one is below me right now. All the way out.
Oh shit, it's about that time.
Oh shit, it's about that time. Hi Riley. Welcome to Robin's stream. We are trying to catch fish from dubious locations. Don't worry about what's down there. Come get it, Discus. I see you looking at it. You bitch! Lost aggro because it's too slow at swimming.
Ugh.
There it goes again. Oh my god. Like
Yeah,
how?
you literally have to like tap it to try and keep up with the fish. It's brutal.
It's fucked up, truly.
I think Ewo Bun understands. You played this game before, Ewo?
She does seem to understand the discus are a problem. Look at these bastards. Torturing me. This is the struggle. How it's fucked up is that after I smoke, I'm absolutely 100% going to be so hungry that I will not be able to continue stream.
Yeah.
Oh well, meatball spaghetti time. Soon it will be. Damn. Not far out enough. Yes! That's a discus. Another one.
Oh, that's cool. What did you think of the ending, Ewo Bud?
The ending of this game is fascinating. I'm purely just here for the achievements of fish destruction. Or habitat destruction, I should say. Oh, 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 that was a weird freeze. It's that puny silhouette of my little fishing lad. Such a tranquil silhouette, and if anything ever disturbs it, I'm going to scream. Just like, you see him.
Yeah, I think I was kind of disappointed with it the first time too, but it really kind of grew on me the more I thought about it. And I read the dev talking on the Steam forums, and apparently it does have a special meaning to them, and it was very intentionally made. So I think that makes it more interesting, even if I can't get it myself.
Failure to discus. I think it genuinely just fucks me up that it's a little bit scarier to just clip out of bounds with your lure for 30 seconds than it is to do the ending of the game. Fuck. It's rumbling. And the rumbling stopped. I wonder if the rumbling just means that fish have respawned. I'm gonna do a quick sprint to the usual locations that seem to be spawning extra fish when I'm not looking. And we're gonna see if maybe the rumbling is just a sign that fish are spawning a little bit faster than I can take care of them. Because no light turned on for the last day. So that means theoretically, no fish should have been able to get in. But now we gotta confirm it. Alright. The stump is clean. This general bay area is still clean. I mean, I should check the caves in the first place, just because I haven't checked the caves since the last time the light turned on, and there could still be something in there. Especially because I had that one average lucky dish, and I'm yet to see what the little pond spawns could possibly be. Could be a new type of fish I haven't seen yet. There's 2 varieties I'm missing. Nothing new has crept its way into the main pond.
Do you mean a speed run with the out of bounds trick?
Speedrunning by just grabbing the sunken maiden and then clipping out of bounds? That makes sense.
What's the most efficient fish to grab for a speed run?
Probably sunfish. Or red stoplights if you're dealing with like the low amounts of money, but if you can get to sunfish are 200 each. And they're not that rare from the looks of it. Nothing respawned in the koi pond either.
No, I guess it is the light then. Light only.
Just gonna have to do better at fishing. The starting lure can work? Wait, how do you end the game with a starting lure? His evil red eyes.
The devil's fish.
Boop boop. This game is honestly like so fun and a really good stream game, but it also is like one of those ones where it's like I don't think I can stream this more than like twice before retiring it. Because after a certain point, it is just me in a very slow fishing sim.
Oh.
You get it out of the water, but still out of bounds. It just falls through the air. Oh, so you can just like get so far away from the surface, or like you can get so far away from the original body of water that there is just no water and your lure just falls. That's pretty funny. Damn, no fish. Broom. Oh! Lights on. Means we can expect new arrivals.
Probably means it's time to give up and get dinner.
Oh. Yoink. I guess it's time for me to give up and go get dinner.
It's okay. You'll stream this game at least one more time.
At least one more time, because we gotta get new fish. You know what? Let's, if I'm gonna have to accept defeat on the lack of ecological destruction, I'm at least going to go to bed and respawn the whole lake with my average luck from my little fishing expedition. And we are gonna see exactly how much average luck contributes to the spawn rate of fish, because again, there are 2 fish I have not seen yet, and I want to see them. Also, if prototypes...
Luck dishes don't have duration.
Why would they have a duration? That wouldn't make any sense.
People on the forums seem to think they do. But the protofish is 2%. That's crazy.
That is pretty crazy.
I think you rolled that, didn't you?
It was boosted by a dubious dish, so I don't know how much dubious dish actually increases odds, but there was a dubious dish in effect when my first prototype appeared.
So at least 4%.
I am a traditionally lucky person. Wait, what did he say?
What did he say?
He mentioned something, I didn't see what. He also commented about the temperature getting hotter everywhere. Make sure you're moving your lure out there after it's been casted. Fish love that shit.
That's my favorite line.
Not many people come to visit Lake Ophelia. Beautiful here. Weird. Alright. Let's see that respawn. Ba-ba-da. So, priority is checking the deep end and checking the cave pools, because the cave pools are most likely to have anything interesting if they have anything at all. Alright. One big cast. Bloop. I see no prototypes. Lots of northern pikes, though. Got scallops galore. Look at all the discus bastards. There's morays all around. Oh, and oarfish! I forgot oarfish have the potential to spawn, and I haven't caught a single one yet.
Oh, yeah.
That's probably the last traditional ocean fish I'm missing. Oh, and that thing! I don't know what it's called! That's the last one! This and the oarfish are the last 2 that I need to find, and unfortunately I did not even get an oarfish on this spawn, so fuck me.
Well, it could spawn in the shallows still.
Oarfish do not spawn in the shallows.
Yeah.
They...
Ophelia.
That's true, but I mean like just straight up like oarfish are a deep sea fish. So if this game were to spawn an oarfish, it would definitely have to be in the middle shelf or lower. All right, but this cast right here, this is gonna get me, this little big blue bastard. Ooh. Little rumble. Look at me, look at me. I'm so fancy.
Wow.
Yes. Oh my goodness. This fucker has bite. Big-headed motherfucker. He ain't even got a brain that big, is the thing. He's faking it. Yoink. Look at this dude's noggin. Spelled with 1 G. Alright, so we know for a fact that the last fish I need to find doesn't spawn in the caves at all. Am I still gonna check the caves? Yes. I don't really know why. Just kind of feels like it would be wrong if I didn't. And to this day, I have not seen anything appear in these cave pools. What a bummer. And there aren't even any anglerfish in the cave.
Okay.
Whack.
Nice.
So whack.
Check your fishing dictionary.
Should be only one missing. Napoleon Ross. Humphead Ross is often known as a Napoleon fish due to its resemblance to the hat of Napoleon Bonaparte. It's also pretty big. Ah, 400 gold. And then the lingcod blue. And that's the oarfish. And the protofish is already caught. And I don't think I saw it anywhere else in the water, so it probably just didn't spawn in this time.
Yeah.
Wait.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Wait. Wait, it did spawn. I see him. The protofish. He is here.
Damn. The gamer fish. You can make the dish.
The ultimate gaming dish. Nope. The fucking bass. Extremely pog. We have found the most epic fish of all time. Oh, he doesn't even love the beast.
I feel like this must prove that dishes don't have a duration.
Probably don't.
Because otherwise you just roll 2%.
Still weird. Agreed. So, should I just make a dish with the most expensive stuff I have, including the prototype?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, and we're even going to have a chance to go to bed and see what the result of that cook is. That's even funnier. So maybe I won't end the stream on a total fish kill, but I can end it on completion of the Fishpedia. So that'd be nice.
Cool.
Luck resets after you sleep for sure. Like, that is without a doubt. The question here is whether or not the luck has a timer based on the amount of days that you've spent awake. Actually, you know what would be really funny? What if it's possible for one of the fish to spawn in this stump? Like the protofish? Because you could totally put a protofish in that stump and it'd be really hard to notice if it ever spawned.
Yeah.
Alright, forbidden cooking. We are cooking with things that may or may not be composed of the bedrock of reality. Load-bearing fish dish.
Oh
I
my.
have so many fucking fish. Think that's good enough?
Yeah, that should be good enough.
Yes! Glorious dish. I feel quite lucky.
Cool.
Now we just wait for nighttime to kick. Oh, and the light turned on. I don't think the light turning on before bed actually means anything significant.
No, but do some casts for good luck with the light on.
You want to see if the good luck triggers our little event that we're looking for?
Yeah, wait, what if the luck actually affects a random event? That'd be interesting.
I'm gonna stand with my back turned to the loudest part of the forest, which is right here.
Now do the trick that makes it fly above the water.
Okay. You want me to just like make it like fly around?
Yeah.
Okay, so in order to do that, we gotta like just sling it, and then as soon as it taps the wall, just start going whoop. Ah, having it hit the water makes it bad.
Damn, you can do fish trick shots in this game. No wonder Bryce is making that other game.
Dude, I cannot wait for 500 caliber contracts, unironically. I'm so ready for that shit.
Alright, just go to bed. Let's see the bounty we have earned.
Woo! Ah, hit the water. We lost all the fun part. We didn't get any rumbling in the water either. Wouldn't it be funny to hit him with the rod? Hey man! How's it going over here? He doesn't want it. He doesn't want it. He's not interested in the lure. Alright. Hey man, I'm feeling lucky today. You got any comments on that? Nope. Priority number one. is seeing if we got an oarfish. Whee! I think I see another prototype fish spawned in, by the way. There's our oarfish. Goodness, this is actually like the most dense spawning of fish I think I've ever seen. That luck really do be hitting. I think this should be at the right distance. Wow, there's 2 of those big head guys. Three? Wait. 3! Holy shit, there's 3 of them.
This place looks really cool when you mash it like that. Let's go.
Oh my god. This thing may very well have the most intense bite out of any fish in the game. It's rumbling. It always rumbles while I'm doing other shit. Yes! Looks almost like an actual dragon. That's all of the fish. Woo!
Congrats.
Yes!
Dang.
Blue lingcod. That blue lingcod is like almost as rare as the fucking prototype fish, frankly. I've only seen 1 of them.
Just sell your inventory and become Jeff Bezos.
That's true. I'm Fish Bezos. Hold up. I need to see if there's another prototype because I'm like confident I see. Yeah, there is another one. There's another prototype. That's fucked up. That's swag. That's like, dude. I got that fish moxie. Badass. Did anything spawn over here? Nope. It was the loudest part of the woods for some reason. Alright. Now this is the true end of the stream. We are just going to mash the A button on the cell menu and listen to the noise. Something went missing. Someone went missing. Boop bop. And now money number go up. Cool. Not even over 100K. Bummer.
Damn. You're still not rich as a kid. Living wherever you are.
I want to see if I can get him to say something interesting.
Okay, I'm gonna go get water and food.
Yeah, I'm gonna end stream in a second. Every few nights or so, I swear I see some sort of light coming from the lake. Old sailor saying that goes something like, "Under ye sunken eyes, deep below the blue, where man can't reach, that beware truth." Womp. Yep. That looks like a good spot to stop then. Next time I stream this game, I will have to try much harder to actually wipe out every single fish in the lake. I could pull it off. Probably. But I'll have to pull it off another time, because I'm fucking hungry. And I want to take a break. Thank you, gamers, for stopping by the stream. It's been a long time since I've been streaming consistently at all. But hopefully I will begin to do so more. Now that I'm in a place that has a half-decent internet connection and not a lot of noise going on. Yeah, thank you for stopping by, Iwobon. It's nice to have a new follower on the first stream back in a while. I'll have to think about other plans for other streams sometime between now and my next fish stream, but I'm sure I'll figure it out. For now, take care, have a good one. Laters.